logic. You turned your tragic into treasured gold. It's what you waited. It's what you waited for. It's what you waited. It's what you waited for. Do it your way, ride the wave, indulging all you pray. It's what you waited for. It's what you waited. It's what you waited for. It's what you waited. It's what you waited for. Do it your way, ride the wave, indulging all you pray. It's what you waited for.
Walk up and see the big show. See the greatest position over here.
Hey guys, hey TK, I hope you picked a banger playlist. On the road all morning to pick up the kiddo from school for break. My enjoyment of the stream will be limited to audio. Okay, nice. Apologies in advance for inevitable voice to text error. Yeah, it's all good. Let me put some nice songs that won't get me in trouble. So I'll just put some songs in Kui. So let's see. I mean, I don't have much, but just some random copyright-free female vocal stuff. I'm just adding all the songs in this copyright-free playlist. That is a thumbs up. Yeah, maybe I should do this every stream so I don't have to worry about the songs.
The summer's calling. The summer's calling. If the kingdom is overthrown, meet me at the cornerstone. I know that I can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. Summer's calling.
Okay, I think I've edited enough for like 2 hours or something.
As we wait for the smoke to clear and we watch our dreams appear, I know that we can rise together. This vision that we share is ours. Together we can touch the stars. I know that we will see December. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the
That'll get me halfway to my destination. Wow, you are making some road. Is it like 4 hours drive? Anyways, you can't type, so I won't I won't ask any questions.
summer's calling.
Little over 5 hours. Wow. Yeah. So what do? You just enjoy it, right? Put some nice music.
Gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
Did you have a good weekend? Yeah, I mean, it was okay, I guess. I think I had some minor food poisoning or something like that. My body was crying for a while, but it was all good.
Those hazy days I do remember. Running still. Had the whole world at our
So I'm kind of taking it easy today. Taking it easy on the coffee, drinking a lot of water. Yeah, and spent lots of time with my niece. Yeah, it was all good. How was yours, CK? Hey, Sake. Why is rendering so hard? And to top it all off, I have exams for 2 weeks. That starts tomorrow. Damn, that's rough. I hope you are doing good still. Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing okay, thanks. How are you doing, Sake? Yeah, usually I don't eat from outside. I usually eat homemade food, but sometimes you just want to treat yourself. Yeah. Homemade foods are the best. Yeah, totally. Because you literally know what you are eating. And I kind of felt it when I was eating. Like, do you have that feeling when you are eating some meat outside and sometimes I get this feeling like, what the fuck am I eating? Like, am I eating a bird or a chicken or a cat? You got any ideas in that head of yours that you want to draw on it? Yes. That's why I kind of started early. Uh, let's see. Definitely draw something from X-Men. Maybe not the cat part though. Yeah. Yeah, especially with meat. I mean, yeah, we should eat from places we trust and know, I guess. Uh, so in the figure drawing event, we ended up with lots of figures that I want to turn into illustrations. So what I have in mind is either this one, Gambit and Rogue fighting, uh, or Rogue solo, or Wolverine. So I usually decide, depends on the mood. So this will be more like a constructive drawing, like, yeah, this is pretty much an anatomy study, right? But these are like more stylized and drawing females. Like I need to be more, how do you say, elegant with the curves and the style. But yeah, I think this is what I'll start with. At least do some line work, some sketch, I don't know, some color practice, and we'll see how it goes. Homemade foods tastes random. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to figure out what was wrong because I had some weird pains in my body. So it's either I usually drink coffee with milk. So either I drank some coffee with milk that has a lot of fat, or some food poisoning. Yeah, but it's okay. We are alive. Speaking of X-Men, I've recently begun to watch the old X-Men series. Yeah, dude, me too. That originated in the 90s. It's detailed, but animation is choppy. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if I saw it somewhere and then forgot, but I was talking to my friend and I was looking for that old series, trying to find it, trying to find somewhere to watch it. So I've been searching for it, and then my friend sent me uh, what's that? The trailer that it's going to launch again, and I thought it was like they are just adding the old series to what is it? What was it? To the platform. So and then I saw it, and it's I didn't know it was a remake. It's on Disney, yeah, the old series and the new ones. So that's really took me to my childhood with the updated graphics, updated drawings, and man, I loved it so much because I used to watch it. Uh, that was one of the series that uh, impacted me a lot when I was like in uh, what is it? Elementary school or middle school? I mean, that was so crazy. I used to watch that series and then take knives out of the kitchen and uh, uh, taped it to my hands and acted like Wolverine. You know, you get so inspired when you're a kid. That was so funny. You know how it is when you're a child. You I don't know. You watch a Bruce Lee film, and then you think you are invincible. You think you can punch through walls or something. It's so funny. You just adapt that personality and just role play it. Is the remake just a continuation from the original X-Men? No, it's I think they updated the story just a little bit to make it fit for the for the current times, and they basically remade it. I just watched the first episode. I used to crab walk along the walls of our hallways growing up after watching Spider-Man. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I think everybody at least try to do it. You know, if there's a small, I mean, a narrow hole, you kind of put out your socks and try to snap to both walls and climb up. I used to do that and then call my mom, and she couldn't find me, and I was like, "Look up, I'm Spider-Man." Oh man, being a kid is so fun. I used to do that also. Remember climbing up the door frame by holding both sides of the wall.
The clock keeps ticking as the time flies by. So many times I've forgiven you. In
And then my mom would freak out. Yeah,
my dreams keep haunting. I get no sleep.
I actually uh, hurt myself once too bad, so it kind of traumatized my mom. So I don't remember what I was doing, but I definitely remember the pain. So I had uh, so my mom had this like uh, a stick that she used for cleaning stuff or something like that, and I used to steal it and just play with it, like you know, you act like it's a sword or something. I don't know what I don't remember what I was doing, but yeah, I was playing with it and I kind of uh, what do you call it? I almost pulled my eye out. I kind of stuck it into my eye accidentally, and it's like my mom hears me shouting, like crying, and then she runs to me and she saws that I'm covering my eye and blood pouring out. I mean, it was, it should be very frightening for her. And then yeah, I think I kind of dodged the bullet. The things we do as kids are horrifying when we listen to it again. Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't understand when you're a kid, but as a parent, it should be so traumatizing. But the funny thing is, I mean, kids are so tough. We used to jump over from, I don't know, walls and stuff. We kept falling all the time. and you hurt somewhere, and then the next day it heals. I mean, unless you break it. True, there's nothing worse as a parent than seeing your kid. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, I mean, I don't have my own children, but even my niece, when she falls or something like that, it's not like something you can control. It's like something happens in your body. Like it's like an instinct or something. Like that protective instinct. It just takes over.
Tell me, can you hear me now? Can you hear me crying out like an animal out in the wild? I shout your name into the night. Tell me, can you feel it too? Feel the love just like I do. Only you can make it right. I shout your name into the night.
But yeah, my favorite shows were X-Men, Spider-Man, and all the rest of the Nickelodeon shows in the 90s, like Real Monsters, Rocko's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy. I mean, dude, Ren and Stimpy was my thing. Imagine Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon airing Ren and Stimpy right now. No, Thundercats? Thundercats? I've probably seen it, but I don't remember the name, so I think that's... Oh yeah, I know this, but haven't really watched it. Yeah, whenever I see a show that's aired in my when I was a kid and I don't know about it, I feel like damn, I missed this.
Hear me calling for you, I'm calling for you. Hear me calling for you, I'm calling for you. Hear me calling for you, I'm calling.
Also stuff like He-Man and what else? G.I. Joe. But I kept watching all the new series and stuff like that. I mean, until like 2015 or something. I think that's the period when all the new shows started becoming politically correct, let's say. They all became like soft shows. I mean, I checked out the new He-Man, the Masters of Universe, or is it called like that? That's not He-Man. I mean, that's some soft dude. What about Rocky? You mean the movie?
Tell me, can you hear me now? Can you hear me crying out like
Rocky Balboa, yeah, that was the thing.
I shout your name into the
So, like, we are ancient, right? When we were kids, it's like, uh, obviously we didn't have internet. It was like you used to rent uh, movies, like these cassettes. So you either watched TV and whatever is on TV, or you just rented movies and watched them. So whenever we came together with my cousins and stuff, the, I mean, the thing we talked about is okay, what we are going to watch today and stuff like that. And we used to rent Reki, and then what else? Old Van Damme movie. Man, I really love 90s and 80s tough guy movies. Not like uh, I take them too seriously, but 80s action movies, yeah. Also animes. Speaking of 80s action movies and Sylvester Stallone, can't recommend the movie Cobra Hiding. Yeah, and the arcade games of 90s. I mean, we used to go to the arcade and play Mortal Kombat when I was like 8 years old. I mean, and that was okay. Nobody was like, "Oh, is this okay for you?" Stuff like that. I missed those times so much when people didn't care too much about being politically correct or stuff like that. I've been trying to understand fundamentals by reading that book about constructive anatomy by Bridgman. I don't understand any of it. uh, you know what? But that's what I felt the same way. I mean, I felt the same way exactly Uh, but the thing with Bridgman is it's not like he's explaining it very clearly, but you can get a very good idea about uh, how he pulls out those simple shapes and how he applies those shapes. So I felt the same way. So I was like, okay, anyways, I'll just copy his drawings, study some drawings. But if you, it's okay, if you just copy some of his drawings, for example, if you are studying arms, just open the arms section and just you can draw over it or just copy, and intuitively you will start to understand some stuff. Arcade games in the 90s, they would love that, yeah. I don't know about that. This here, there was plenty of political correctness and entertainment back then. I mean, that's where the rating system came from. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it should be free for all, but we had congressional hearings about it and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's like US is kind of way forward in the development, right? As a society, so it's yeah, it makes sense. Uh, Stuff happens before there. It's like first world country problems. I remember, uh, I don't know when, but again, I think it was like the end of the 90s. There are lots of drama about the violence in video games, like so there was this game called Carmageddon. It was like GTA, but you just race and you can uh, run over pedestrians. So you could run over people who were walking in the street. And I think that game got cancelled, and then they released it with zombies or something. So I remember that period where I don't know what you call them, the woke activists or something like that, or whatever. Some families went after some games because it made children violent, as they say. It's weird. We're forward looking, but at the same time we're Puritan. Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not living there. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, usually in time some new concept or something new comes up. For example, some insights happen in psychology or something like that, or mental health or stuff like that. Usually the developed countries implement them first. Arcade these days are really empty. I could play Tekken all day long if I have enough money. Are there even arcades? I really don't know. At least there's none here left. I mean, there are some uh, places like game parks and stuff like that, but they are mostly targeted to like children, you know, simple games like basketball or stuff like that. some unknown racing games. One of my favorite bars is an old school arcade. Oh yeah, yeah. We had stuff like that. But that's the best. It's fantastic. Dozens and dozens of old classic arcade is great. Yeah, and you can drink. Just get your beer, play Street Fighter with friends. Obviously not as a kid. Uh, hey, I hope I can pronounce your name right. A maybe dog. You drew every day? Yes. We draw every day, all day. Not all day, but every day. I missed doing any practice exercises yesterday. Dragon's Dogma ate up my entire day. Yeah, I haven't got it yet, but I watched some streams. It's looking really nice. What are your thoughts about the game, TK? Yeah, it's looking really nice. I'll at least play it for research, so I can steal some stuff to use it on my own game. Alright, we have another meme here, guys. Questing took a lot of getting used to. Very little hand holding, and what help is offered in the way of your pawn guiding you works about half the time. Okay, it sounds okay. It is fun though, yeah. So maybe a couple more noses. The base looks normal somehow. Having fun while drawing is the best way for you to keep drawing every day. Totally, yes, totally agree. Anytime I start feeling like I'm losing focus or feeling like my energy dropping or I'm getting kind of bored, I just start, I don't know, messing with it, doing some goofy stuff. Yeah, but it should be fun, right? Obviously, not always, but at least, yeah. finally I found the key for me to do so. Yeah, if you want to develop your drawing skills, I think a writer gave that advice, but she was like how is answering a question like how do you draw, how do you write every day, or how do you get better. It's like she was like, write what you like, right? And it's same with drawing, same with reading, same with anything. If you want to get comfortable with drawing and you are just starting, for example, just draw what you like. And there's even a TED talk about it. Just draw what you love, right? And after some point you start loving the craft itself, loving drawing itself. I think we were talking about it a couple of earlier streams. I think it's like it's like you draw what you love for a period, and then it's like your mind correlates drawing with the stuff you like, right? So basically you condition yourself, you condition your mind as like it makes a relationship between drawing and your love, right? The stuff you like, stuff you love, and then it becomes kind of automatic. And then whenever you draw, you feel that feeling. I think that's you could say that's a hack. You could just hack your mind like that. I don't know. Let's say you start here for, I don't know, let's say 3 months. You just draw the stuff you love, right? Draw, I don't know, video game characters, comic book characters. Yeah, if you're a guy, I don't know, females, whatever you love, whatever your heart desires, just draw them for 3 months. And then after 3 months, whenever you sit down to draw something, those feelings start to come up, because you basically, your mind gets conditioned. Yeah, it's like conditioning that animal part of our minds. So whenever we draw, it kind of encourages us to do it. Manohar, I'm an artist. Nice to meet you. I mean, art is a way to express emotions through a media. Yes, well, that's what I thought anyway. People have different meanings of art. Yeah, I was also making a video about it. But yeah, you basically define it. Everybody has their own reasons, but in essence, it's like communication, right? Communicating an idea or a feeling. Draw lots of female curves, got it? Yes, yes, DK. But yeah, it's like this expression of creative energy and expression of feelings and experiences. But at the same time, it's a craft, right? It's a job like any other job. And if you want to get good at it, you need to work on your skills every day. I mean, I can't tell you what to do, but it's like any other skill, right? Like, take basketball, take Steph Curry. He practices like 500 shots every day, and no days off. He does it every single day. And for example, if you want to be a concept artist or a painter, whatever your niche is, you do it every day for a period of time. You get better. It's just simple as that. There's no magic. There's no magic formula. There's no shortcuts.
Can you hear my heartbeat calling? Can you feel the love we're falling? Just take my hand and take me.
Which way do you think is the best way to master an art style?
Throwing caution to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my
So usually what I do is, so I find some artist or some art style. So you can also think about, let's say, Disney. If you have no idea what's it about, I start with, so you can go like this. You can trace, draw over, and then you can do copy. So this is level 1. This is the easiest. This is harder. This is second level. But the actual stuff that gives you the most benefit, let's say, you can just do these small studies, right? If there's a, I don't know, an art style, a face, something like this. What I usually do is, even if it's something that I could draw in 15 minutes or something, I spend lots of time on it, right? So trying to make the curves, trying to analyze. For example, if they draw the mouth like this, I'm just consciously thinking about it, right? So why do they draw the mouth like this? So what if I draw it this way? What if I draw it that way? Right? You can just study it. You can just make a slow, conscious study and analyze all the details, stuff like that. But I can't pass without saying it. It's not about just finding some nice art style and copying it. It's more about finding your version of it, right? Because Disney style, there are millions of people drawing in Disney style, right? If you are not bringing something to the table from yourself, from your authentic personality, it's just the Disney style. But if you bring something new to the table, I don't know, it might be something small as maybe you draw Disney style, but you just draw the eyes a little bit different, right? It can be something like that. It can be something unique to you. But yeah, it's not like, so style is more like the expression of personality, right? You do something for a long time, and then you find shortcuts, stuff unique to you starts to happen, and yeah, and it's like everybody has different personality configurations. It's not like finding some style you like or finding an artist you like and then trying to copy their personality. It should be more like, let's say, this is the stuff you like and you love it. It should be like, what is my version of that, right? It's not taking something and copying it as it is. It's like finding if you like the style or the technical details, you can just copy them, right? You can just integrate them into your process. But if you like the vibe or the feeling of it, it's kind of ridiculous to copy someone exactly, right? Because you are not them. They have a unique personality configuration. It's more about thinking like, okay, this is my personality. What is my version of that, right? How can I do that in my own unique way? This is like choosing the ingredients that I like from other stuff. Yes, totally, totally. Yeah, that's a great example. It's like making food. You can use the same ingredients. You can add or remove some, but making it on your own way, right? Or else there's no point just copying someone, right? You can just be the best copycat, but it doesn't have much value. And even the best Disney artists like Glen Kane and people like them, they draw in Disney style, for example, but they also add some unique stuff from themselves, right? Your authentic personality is so valuable because if you think about it, you, there's only one you, right? But the generic Disney style, there are lots of it. But if you just add something, even just a small thing, you make it something unique. So yeah, that's how I think about it. I'm not saying don't study other artists. I study other artists all the time. Even copy them. Just play with their style, integrate the stuff I like. But at the end of the day, I always look at it. So how can I do it in my own way, right? What is my version of that? Yeah, no problem, man. Or gal. That's a little uh, art talk.
Got you wrapped around my mind all day and night. Wanna feel your skin on mine. In paradise, can you feel the summer air creeping in? And you know, I know it's our season. Every time we both come back around, there's just no stopping us now. No matter who comes in and out of our lives.
But yeah, to answer the question very shortly, you can just start by copying. Even if you just mindlessly copy some art style, you'll intuitively start seeing things, start finding things, finding connections, relationships. You start you start to figure out why they draw certain parts like they draw it. Yeah. So monkey see, monkey do, right? You can just start by just mindless copying, and then you can do some slow studies, and you can go like that. So like when seeing other people art, you just go like, what makes this so interesting? What makes this interesting to me? Just to understand it better. Yes, kind of. It's like there's the craft and there's the vibe, right? So craft would be just regular way of drawing stuff, drawing noses, etc. And the vibe is so this is how, and this is why. Right, so when I look at it as a craft, okay, how do they do this? How do they paint it? How do they solve this area? How do they draw the lines? Stuff like that. These are like the surface level stuff, but then there's the vibe, right? The emotion of the drawing or painting. And I try to figure out, okay, they draw it like this, but why do they draw it like this, right? Or they express something in a certain way or a specific way. I try to find out, okay, what do they feel, or what kind of mood are they in? And how can I emulate my own version of that? How can I get into that mood, get into that vibe? Because let's give some examples. You can be drawing like a scribble style, right? You can do something like this. Let's say we are drawing a nose. You can do something like this. And this is a completely different psychology, right? If you draw like this all day, it will put you into a specific mind state. Or you can be drawing more constructive, like this. You can, I don't know, maybe use more hard edges, right? And this is a completely different mindset than this. Or you could be constructive or expressive and minimal at the same time. Maybe you don't use too much lines. Maybe you just draw the nose with just a couple of lines, right? This is a more minimal style. So I just look at it and I just look at the stuff I like, and yeah, let's say I love this one. So I'm thinking like, okay, what kind of mood I can get myself into. So I do this automatic, right? Not without thinking too much, or how can I integrate it. And this is the big part actually. So this is like 20%, and 80% of it is your mental and emotional state you are in. It's like you can pretty much relate to this, right? Just think about some moment or some past memory that you feel so great, and everything just clicks, right? It's like if you are feeling good, and it's also related to the mindset as well, like the cliche saying, right? If you believe you can do something, you at least try doing it. But if you don't believe it, you won't even try. It's the emotional and mental state. I usually focus on that more. So I usually try to understand, so what mood can I put myself in so I can draw in this style or that style. So that's, I think, the most important thing, and that's almost nobody talks about, right? That's the magic behind it. Because craft is just craft. It's same as, I don't know, any craft, right? Same as basketball, same as football, same as racing, same as video games. But usually the most important stuff is the invisible stuff behind it. And if you think about it, in universe, the most powerful forces are the invisible ones, right? Same in psychology, same in human psyche. Anyways, I digress. This whole talk reminded me of a conversation Todd McFarland had with a kid at Comic Con early 90s. No one's drawing the best knees, learn to draw the best knees, kid. Yeah, totally. Learn to draw best as you can, right? Or best in your way. Yeah, I didn't, if it's a video, I didn't watch it or saw it, but kid was asking less about style and more about how to make himself stand out in the market. Yes. How can you improve in your observation skills? It's same with improving anything. If you want to improve anything, just do it, right? Do it all the time. you can just, yeah, you can just observe, right? Again, there are some technical skills that you can use in traditional drawing. Let's say you are drawing this nose, right? So for example, if you want to find these locations, so the start and the end or the width of the nose, you can kind of reference it. You can pull up an imaginary line like this and then see how it lines up with the eyes, stuff like that. These are all basic stuff you can use, but as a general rule, if you want to improve anything, just do it a lot, right? You can just go out, sit in a park, just observe, just look at the trees, right? Just sit and look at what you want to observe for an hour or something. I know you look like you look weird sometimes to other people, but who cares? Or if you are watching a video or a movie, stuff like that, you can just focus on whatever you want to observe, right? You can focus on the edges of the shapes or the forms or light or color or the tones. Anyways, I'll just use the bathroom real quick, guys. Be right back.
Every day you question me about how it's gonna be, but I can't find the words to say that it shouldn't be okay. I wish I was here on my own, but then I'm feeling so alone. I only want you by my side. I need your arms to hold me tight.
Okay, I'm back. I want to continue to art college to improve my art, but then I don't know what I'm going to do after I graduate college. Frustrating, help me. You know what? I would say don't worry about it. Because uh, that's another subject I really want to talk about. It's like we usually think like we are here, right? And this is what we want. I don't know, be a great artist, be famous, be rich, whatever it is, we think like we usually think it's like this, right? We are here and we are going to do the work and we'll go there, right? Nope, it's not like this. Usually how it goes in life is you are here and this is where you want to go. Usually it's like this, right? It's one step forward, two steps backwards, sometimes sideways. You go all around this line and then you reach there, right? So I would say don't worry about it. Just have some uh, rough idea or vague idea about the feeling of it, right? I'm not saying make a vision board and stuff like that, but it's more about having a compass, like having a true north, than to focusing on the map, right? Because compass always shows the north, but map can be outdated. So you could say compass is the feeling of it or the vibe you want to achieve, and the map is the goals, right? But map can change. Stuff happens in life. Yeah, but don't worry. Especially Sake, I mean, you are at the start of your journey. Life will throw a lot of shit on you. It will be tough, but you will get there. It's the journey. It's this journey. Because if it was like this, it would be boring, right? This is boring. I know we want this. It's smooth, but yeah, this is how it goes. And if you look at any success or any person who achieves something, it's all like this, right? It's never as you planned. So for me it was like I studied design, specifically interior design, and then I worked as a designer for a couple of years, and then I started switching to other things, right? Animation, 3D animation, and 2D drawing, painting, stuff like that. And usually my friends were like, my peers were like, yo, what are you doing, right? But it's like, this might sound a little bit woo-woo, but it's like, same idea, we are here, and we want to go here. And there's a part of you that's, you could say your soul or your guardian angel, whatever you want to call it, God, universe. It's like there's a part of you that knows and sees more than you, right? You want to go here, but maybe there are some dangers here, so it guides you to go like this. So I kind of find it similar to, let's say you have a child and your child wants ice cream, but since it's a child, they don't have that sophisticated worldview, and you are like, you say to them, okay, let's go, let's put our shoes on and put our coats on or whatever, uh, and let's go to the car, enter the car and drive to the store and then buy some ice cream. But the child doesn't understand that process. They are like, I want ice cream. I want ice cream. And you are like, okay, we are going to buy ice cream, right? And then you explain them, we need to go to the store first, but child doesn't understand again. I want ice cream. I want ice cream, right? It's like, it's the same with our that all-knowing parts. And it should be like this. Maybe it's, I don't know, trying to protect us or whatever. Yeah, I know this sounds woo-woo, but something like this. But yeah, for me, I did lots of different things. I worked in the visual, let's say, visual design industry. I pretty much worked in all positions. I worked as a modeler, I worked as a rigger, I worked as a painter, I worked as a concept artist, I worked as animator, I worked as the line artist, I worked as a designer, I worked as a producer. Uh, I've been in all positions, and my friends were like, "What the fuck are you doing? Are you lost?" But some stuff you don't see uh, looking forward, right? You just see them when you look back. So I would say just follow your inspiration, whatever your inspiration steers you towards. Just go with that, and it will end up okay, right? Just I can't say trust me, but trust your, let's say, trust your muse, trust your inspiration, because it comes from, let's say, higher places, right? Thanks, Steel. Now I just need to consciously think about it. Yeah. No, it's the opposite. Don't think about it. Just follow it. Follow the right rabbit. It's okay. Take the red pill and follow the white rabbit. Anyway, X-Men 19 drawing. Yeah, I'll just draw, I don't know, some hands and feet for the workout. And then we start on probably Rogue and Gambit. All very true, and look at the toolkit you assembled for yourself. Yes, yes, and I end up making my own indie game. Yeah, they all, everything you do, they all add up. Don't worry about being specialized in one thing. That's kind of the mainstream idea right now, right? You need to, they say, you need to be good at this thing, and then you find your niche, and then do that, and be the best, and then people come to. Yeah, it's true, but I think it's also connected to some personality configurations. Uh, I mean, I can't just do one thing. I just can't help it, right? It's not like I'm jumping from one stuff to another. It's like I get curious. I can't hold myself, and I learn programming. And yeah, I go like that. And yeah, you end up doing whatever you want to do. But I'm not saying everybody needs to be like that. But again, if you are, uh, let's say you are going to draw, right? You can pick like this. You could say, I'm going to be a penciler in comic book industry. But again, your interests and hobbies, they all feed this, right? And whatever you are interested in, don't resist, just go for it, right? I don't know if it's golf or MMA, uh, I don't know, basketball, racing, fishing, whatever it is, right? Just they all feed this. Or if you want to read some random stuff, doesn't matter if it's popular or not. Yeah, and go for the experiences, and that's the most important thing, right? If you look at any good writer or artist, they all had intense experiences. Uh, all very true. Look at the tool. Yeah. If I was your friend, I'd ask you the same thing. To be honest, what the fuck are you doing? Are you lost? Yeah, it's kind of how it looks. And same with this stuff. Even if you only draw, the interests. I mean, you can't control your interests, right? It's like they just something just pulls you into something, right? So I would say just follow all these, and they all feed your main thing. searching for the common mistake artists always make is a good way to improve faster, right? Yeah, it could be. It could be. I'm right there with you, brother. Hobbies and interests are so widespread, very few connections between them, and move from one thing to other. Yeah. Yeah, I was answering Sake, so just I would actually say you shouldn't worry about it. Because if you worry about it, it kind of stifles you. But if you just go with the flow, of course, I'm not saying just be some person who's spineless, just going with everything. Just go with your instincts, right? You'll find your way. You'll find that bliss, let's say. Anyways, I'll just continue without converting this stream into a self-development seminar. Go with the flow. Yeah. I mean, I usually try to find all the information, learn all I can, but at the end of the day, be dumb, right? Just be dumb, shut down the mind, just do it. Maybe to put it more poetically, the way we'll find you, Sake. Yeah. May the force be with you. Yeah.
But if you fall, who's next to you? I do what's best for me and best for you.
And if that sounds too spiritual or woo-woo, you could think about it like this is the mind, this is the conscious mind, and this is the subconscious mind, right? Conscious mind is like on 10% or something like that, and 90% is the stuff you are not aware of. And there are whole lots of information here, all the experiences, all the stuff you saw since you were born, right? So if you can just shut down this thinking mind, just go with this, and magic starts to happen. I mean, not always. Not, not don't shut down it all the time, but yeah. I think you are going to have to rename this stream once the world is up on YouTube. Freudian analysis. Yeah. Maybe uh, make some image of Freud drawing. We could use AI to do that. Alright, still, let's focus on drawing again. Yeah. Okay, sir. I'll just shut up and perform my duty. Now it makes me think like people come into the stream first time and like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Aquamarine Dragon. Hey, just make my first ever poll today. Come check it out if you want. In other news, my tablet shipped like 2 weeks early. Might be here in next 10 days. Nice! Is it coming from overseas? Like China or something? Because it shouldn't take 2 weeks inside US, right? They shipped it straight from the factory. Oh, yeah. Instead of from the warehouse. Yeah. About to enter the worst part of this trip, barren eastern Colorado. Is it like uh, the asphalt is bad, or is it like dangerous? What's bad about it? It's just a very uninteresting landscapes. Not even farm worthy, just grassland. Yeah. As long as you have uh, internet. Might actually cut out, yeah. People say Kansas and Nebraska are the most boring. I've always said that Eastern Colorado is the worst. It's like full desert. Just rolling hills of wild grassland. Very few trees. Even these Kansas and Nebraska have farm landscapes and trees, rivers. Yeah, it's like when it's the same thing all the time, it's like almost hypnotizing you, right? And if it's something boring to watch, But yes, Kansas and Nebraska have very flat landscapes, so I guess there's some boredom to it. Okay, workout is done. Let's set this up. And I'll take a break, get some mana, and then we start this one. Alright, be right back.
Standing under the rising sun, thinking that a party is over, but it only just begun. Oh, you feeling like it's time, make it up your mind, push the play and find your way, 'cause you ain't gotta lose. Living on the edge, living on the edge, maybe feeling like you ain't going to make it through. Oh, pick it up, turn the lights, listen up, make it right. All you need is believe you can do what you like. When you feel like it's time, pick your fight, shine aside. 'Cause life is always what you make it.
Okay. Let's go.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing.
Boss fight music. The one that's playing. That scared me. My instinct just went whole boss fight. KDM Discord left your eye short, by the way. KDM Discord left your eye short? What? Left your eye short? Oh, loved. Oh, they have a Discord? That's on my list as well. I really want to learn about the IP. First text to speaker. It's like I was confused. Like How can a Discord leave the short? So Saki, if you are here, I think you are asking about similar stuff, but so after I finish the sketch, I come back and think about those motion lines. So for example, I just move this arm a bit, so it kind of lines up with this motion, right? And I have this impact here, like this, and we have this motion, right? So that's what I'm looking at this stage, trying to make it more harmonious, let's say. So that what I'm looking for is I'm looking more about that kind of stuff, like how can the big shapes work telling the story or telling the action here, than solving the anatomy or stuff like that. Obviously, it should make sense when it comes to forms and all that stuff. But I'm more concerned about visual storytelling at this point. Also, we can maybe make this leg more like this. So remember I was talking about leading the eye. So it's like these leading here. We have this line, and maybe this could lead here. So every line is every motion line, let's say, has a purpose, right? It's not random. Maybe this line would lead here. So ideally we want to look at the faces and the action. So that's what I'm trying to do at this stage. We can also make it with these lines. But for example, maybe it can come like this. I don't know, do something like this, right? So the idea is you always try to lead the viewer's eye to where you want them to look. Do you think about those consciously when you sketch that? In the initial sketch, I don't. I just go with the vibe, find some good lines. But same with everything. As you practice these concepts, they become internal, and you kind of start doing them automatically. But at this stage, I put some more time in it, put some more thought in it. Maybe, yeah, fix some legs or change some directions. Maybe, I don't know, just making up stuff right now. Maybe darn could be something like that. Right, it's about the moment. Maybe rogue blocks gambit's punch, and maybe it's just happening in an instant, right? But she's preparing this punch, or she's absorbing his power. Maybe she could have his power at her left hand. I don't know. But yeah, this is the stage where you slow down and think about this stuff, because it's harder to change like this stuff later on in the rendering stage. So more you think about it at this stage, easier it becomes. But again, I don't spend all day, just sit down, take a look at it, put some thought in it. Maybe switch the drawing, look at it from different view. This is actually very useful. Probably Krita has some sort of shortcut for switching, or you can at least assign. Because I drew it like this, your eyes kind of get used to it, and when you switch, you just look at it fresh, and you start to see if something's off. I flip the canvas manually, yeah.
Like a Hellcat.
Hi George, what's up? I'm all good, thank you. Working on this one. We did on figure event. How are you? How was your Sunday?
Coming like a Hellcat.
Was hiking to relax a little bit, nice.
Like a Hellcat.
You do a lot of hiking. I admire that. How long does it take to get a consistency in your work like you have in figure drawing? I still struggle with stage after gesture. I really can't tell how long does it take, but depends on how much. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much time you put it, but it's like automatizing any other skill, right? It's like learning to drive a car. Uh, I would say between a month and 6 months. But again, it depends on How much you practice? But yeah, but you can be sure it comes. We are buffering big time now, so I guess I'll say my farewell. Maybe check in on you later. Have a good stream. Thanks, TK. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for hopping in. I'll try to go as long as I can. So work on this one. Yeah, have a nice trip. Enjoy the road. I sent you a portrait drawing from today where I am using bugs because the actor looks up. Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's looking good. It's just a little bit off, I think, the angles. I am lost if it comes to constructing. Yeah, again, it comes down to those simple shapes, right? When I'm trying to draw the head, thinking about that cylinder. You find this. This is like the eye, where the eyebrows are, right? And then you can find the perspective. If you are struggling, I would say start with this, and then you can construct over it. So it's like we are trying to find simple forms, but start with the biggest form. So we start with the biggest shapes and forms, right? We start with circle, and then we make that cylinder, and we have a jaw. Right? It's two shapes. Or you can start with the shape of the head, whatever is easier for you. But yeah, if you make it correct at this stage, if you make the biggest shape correct, and then everything just fits, right? Maybe on the mouth, and you go like that. I think that depends on starting with the biggest shape first. So if you just remember the head section in the course, you can go with something like this. If you nail this down, rest just fits on it, right? But if you start with the small shapes, maybe one of the eyes end up off, or the nose end up off. They happen, right? I make that all the time. Should I leave the underlying constructions? For practice, you can draw over it. Or let's say you are making a drawing. I just do one for the practice, so I understand these directions, where the head is looking. Just do a quick sketch. You don't have to draw all the construction lines and stuff like that. But as long as much as you need, right? I do this until I understand the form. Let's put it like that. I'm using Loomis or boxes, which is simpler. That's kind of for you to decide. For me, it's always thinking about a cylinder is always simpler, right? And then you just add a box on it, and then you have the face. But again, we are all different. Which one feels? Go with the one that feels easiest for you. As a general rule, I would say the simpler you make the shapes and forms, easier it is, obviously. But yeah, whatever feels comfortable to you. But yeah, it all comes down to, let's say you are going with this technique, the cylinder, sphere, finding the eye line, and then putting this box. Let's say you decide with this technique or another technique. One way you can make it faster for your mind to internalize is just draw this from lots of different angles, right? I don't know, maybe do 10 of these from different angles. Maybe looking down, finding that point, and looking down maybe, and then finding that sides, and then maybe looking like this, finding that line. Right, it doesn't need to be perfect, it's just to have a better understanding on simple shapes. And as you do this more and more, it kind of becomes automatic. You start to see these simple shapes on the reference image, and as you do it again more and more, you start to depending on these basic shapes less and less, and then it kind of comes out automatic, right? But it's all this one, just doing these boring structured studies, but they pay off really well. So you can do them as warm-ups, or I don't know, when you have some free time. Usually what I do is, you know, when you sketch or draw some meaningless stuff on paper, when you talk to someone on the phone, times like that. Usually I just draw stuff like that, just to sketch, just to work that part of our minds that thinks 3D. Yeah, it's just practicing these. Thanks, I will try to leave the layers. Yeah, you can work on one layer, just work on construction, and then, yeah, if you want to continue, you can just draw over it and just close or delete that layer you did the construction. I'm used from traditional drawing to have no layer and erase. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, since when you are working digital, I would say feel free to use all those layers. It's not cheating, it's not something bad. It's not about cheating, but if the construction layer of the nose is, say, 0.5 cm too low, then I erase and start again. Out constructing, perhaps that is a bad habit. Why am I struggling? Yeah, that's okay. That's complete okay. It's that's the process. I mean, struggle is okay. So don't worry if you are struggling. So those struggles are, that's the process of learning, actually. Yeah, when you are struggling, you are kind of learning, right? You are solving that puzzle, let's say, or solving that problem. So that's completely okay. And actually, more you struggle, better you get. I mean, I am struggling right now, trying to solve the cape of gambit here. just making some lines, checking to see if they work. And I think I erased and drove it over like 4 times already. Yeah, I mean, it's completely okay. It goes like that. Struggle kind of shows where, I mean, it shows the places where you need to work on a little bit more, you could say. And it's also connected to the state we are in, right? Sometimes I have that clarity, everything just clicks, but sometimes it's hard, right? And then you play hardball. How do you deal if you check that nose is off? Do you go to construction layer, edit it, and go back to the next layer? Usually, as I said, I go like this. So if I find this head and I check it with the reference, if these lines match, right? We have these divisions. If they match, I don't worry about it further, right? If they match, it will just sit correct. But again, I'm not trying to be perfect at the same time. It's more about making it believable. And when it comes to construction, it's more about, yeah, finding these bugs, right? Rather than making it completely the same with the reference. But as long as, let's say, in the reference, let's say the model is looking up like this, looking up. If I, again, focusing on the biggest shape I can find, if I find that cylinder and find that direction, this one, looking up, and then find the jaw, maybe connect this simple shape, right? If I find this simple shape, I know it's going to, everything's going to just sit in its place, right? Because I know these angles and the direction, the nose will sit in place, the mouth will sit in its place. So you remember the first, second, and third read I talk about in the course. So this is the first read, right? That's why first read is so important. If you make it correct in the first read, all the other parts sit in place, right? You pretty much can't make it wrong after making these parts correct. Yeah, and then move on to the next layer. Yeah, totally. If the first layer is okay, move on to the second read, and you go like that. We go on to the smaller and smaller parts. But solve it at the biggest shape first. If that's okay, move on to the next one. And you go like that. But if I try to, let's say, start with the eye, maybe I make this eye correct and maybe do this, but and then they might end up I don't know, wrong or weird. Yeah, so that's the process basically. And do it as much as you can. It becomes easier, it becomes more automatic. Okay, then I know what my problem is. From programming, I'm used to jump around to different functions in program, so I must explain me more. Yeah, you can also and the nice thing about it is you can apply most of the mindset from programming to it as well, right? And you can even end up with interesting technique, right? So uh, let's say you are going to write a code, right? Let's say very simple, some code that uh, looks for something and then does something, right? You first, I don't know the exact process, but I'm just making an abstraction. So you just think about it, think about, let's say, what it's going to do, right? And then maybe you write a pseudocode, uh, split it into different parts, or I don't know if you are using objective programming or not, but let's say you split it into different functions, right? And maybe you make different functions with functions, stuff like that. C sharp, yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, you split them, and but it goes like this, right? You start with the big picture, just look at it. Okay, what's this code? So what will this code do? And then split it into smaller pieces, functions maybe, simple or I don't know, or if-else statements, right? And then maybe you split them more and write the code, and then you end up writing the lines, right? Basic idea is the same actually. Big shape, it's like you can think about it in 3 stages. Big shape, medium, and details, which is small shapes. So you can, I'm just experimenting with the idea, but yeah, you can think about the biggest shape as the pseudocode, and then mid shape, second stage as the functions and the algorithms, and then I don't know, the details, right? All the small details, the hair, eyelids, eyebrows, all that stuff. So yeah, it's kind of same, but not. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. I just made up a concept. Uh, PL, SQL, yeah. You hit the nail. You should become an analytical person. Well, that's the idea, right? So first stage we do gestures. We are all artistic about it. And first stage is like it's like right brain, right? We are all focusing on the rhythm, the forms, lines. And second stage, we kind of analytical. We come in and think about structure and forms, all that stuff. And I'm guessing this should be easier for you, right? Since you are used to doing analytical studies. But yeah, okay, I think that this works kind of. Thanks, you helped me a lot. No problem. It's my pleasure. So I'll do just another bathroom break and then do another pass on this and we go from there. So be right back, guys. I'm back. Hey, if you had 8 hours of free time a day with your knowledge, how long will it take for you to make a comic of 20 pages, no color? It's funny you ask. I was actually trying to figure that out. I'm currently trying to condition myself so I can make like 4 pages a week, 4 penciling a week. So yeah, I've been working on some challenges. So yeah. So let's see, 8 hours a day and 20 pages. Probably right now I could make 3 pages a week. I'm kind of giving an estimate because you know some pages you draw some establishing shot and it can take 2 days, and some pages you just draw some regular dialogue, right? Same pose over and over again, and it can take a couple of hours. So I'm kind of giving an estimate. So yeah, currently my estimate is like 3 pages a week. So 20 pages would be like somewhere around, let's say 3. Yeah, it could be up to 2 months. Yeah, I was actually thinking about doing a challenge on stream, so to see how much penciling I can make. I'm betting 12 hours a day with breaks. You can get those 20 pages done in. Yeah, if you are just laser focused, if you do nothing else, I think it can you can shorten that time. But yeah, if I would just laser focus, do nothing else, uh, sacrifice everything else for it, I would probably finish it in a month. But yeah, again, it depends on what I'm drawing, right? And the style. If it's a more minimalistic style, it would be shorter. But if it's a detailed drawing, it would take longer. But yeah, around a month or 2 months. Would anime style make it easier or harder for you? I only started drawing yesterday, looking forward to seeing how far I can go with this. Uh, yeah, generally speaking, anime style is more minimal. Yeah, I would say it would be faster. He's on my level then. Maybe we can exchange art studies. I don't think they mean in they just started drawing. I mean, the craft of drawing yesterday, or start drawing the comic yesterday. Honestly, I love it when I meet another artists, whether they are grades better than me or on my level. Just love the interactions. Yes, totally, Sake. Yes, that's the one way of enjoying the process, right? Yeah. Just getting used to okay, you started drawing as a craft yesterday. Nice. Just getting used to drawing basic shapes and learning shading. Yep.
when you try to call back. Let me come back, 'cause you give me life, baby. Let me see your face just one more time. Kiss you one more time before time runs out, baby. Every time when it starts to rain, I remember when we ran under it. But the days staying in the past, and I can't go back. I can only remember I'm supposed to go on with my life, but I can't deny that I just want to see you back. Every time when it starts to rain, I remember when we ran under it. Every time when it starts to rain, every time when it starts to rain, every time when it starts to rain. Every time when it starts to rain. Every time when it's but I can't deny that I just want to see you back. Every time when it starts to rain, I remember when we ran under it.
Loving that rogue expression. I hope it ends up the way I want it to be. I'll try to nail them first while I have mana. The other guy, Gambit, yeah. It's a lover fight. Or it could be a situation where Gambit gets mind controlled, maybe. Really need to go, exams tomorrow, and I haven't studied a bit. Yeah, no worries, okay? Thanks for hopping in. You gotta do what you gotta do. Responsibilities, real life. Are you drawing with a pad that is a screen? No, I'm using a regular Intus tablet. Maybe she's saying Less than 100 miles to go? Wow, nice. There's light at the end of the tunnel, yeah. What have I missed? Nothing really. Just doing some iterations.
It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a love on the highest, then you put in the fire. Tell me, how can I forget that? It's not for me, I think it's for you that you bring me gift. Doesn't mean I love you. You put a
Okay, another break, and then go to the next stage. Okay, I'm back. It's funny when you back out from the drawing. I see lots of stuff to fix. Coming up on the outskirts of Denver. Gotta go for reels now. Thanks for keeping me company earlier. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks, man. Oh, outskirts of Denver. I really want to be there right now. Should be nice. Anyways, enjoy your day. Thanks for hopping in. And yeah, have fun with the kiddo. All right. So I guess I'll sleep on it and come back tomorrow with fresh eyes, think about some background ideas, and then clean it up and finish it. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you liked it, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care and peace.